Hi, everyone. Welcome back, and thanks for your patience, and sorry for any confusion regarding the start time. I hope everyone had a great time yesterday and everyone's well rested for today. I'm super excited to be hearing the rest of the pieces today. I believe we have 5 more, so I'm really excited for that. So I just want to quickly go through the schedule again. So the presentation will be from around 12:30, I guess now, to approximately 2, and then there's going to be a half-hour break. We'll start the reading portion at 2:30, and same as yesterday, everyone will have approximately 35 minutes to workshop their piece. So today's participants, going in order, and again, I'm sorry if I've mispronounced anyone's name. So we have Connie Nguyen, we have Stefan Hintersteininger, I'm so sorry. We have Catherine Bevan, we have Amy Brandon, and then we have George Gagnides. I'm sorry. There is going to be a short pause in the middle of the reading session this time at about 4:10, and that's just to let the musicians take a break and grab some water. Marie will be monitoring the YouTube comments as well as Saman, and Saman will also be kind of the moderator for Alice's presentation. So before we get started on Alice's presentation portion, I just want to give her a short introduction. So Alice Ho is a very established composer, and we're very lucky to have her today remotely here with us. She's an acclaimed Hong Kong-born Canadian composer who has received numerous awards, including but not limited to the 2018 Johanna Metcalf Performing Arts Prize, Louis Applebaum Composers Award, the K.M. Hunter Artist Award, and the Luxembourg Sinfonietta International Composition Prize. Twice, and she's a twice Juno Award nominee in 2013 and in 2018. So her recent opera, The Monkey is King, was commissioned by the Canadian Children's Opera Company and has earned the 2019 Dora Mavor-Moore Awards nomination for Outstanding New Opera. She's currently commissioned by the City Opera Vancouver on a new opera called Chinatown, and it's going to be produced in September 2021. So again, there will be a Q&A session afterwards, and feel free to just, if you have any questions pop up, just put them down, and then she'll go through them at the end. So please feel free to ask away, and I'm sure she'll answer as many questions as she can. So without further ado, let's hand over the microphone to Alice.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Very nice meeting you. My pleasure to be here. Today, I will share with you my experience as a composer and various things. To start with, maybe I can give you some background, where I'm from. Thank you for Kimmy for the great introduction. So I'm Hong Kong born, Canadian Chinese. I spent most of my childhood growing up in Hong Kong, which was a British colony then. So my childhood music education started with piano and ballet lessons, which is supposed to be quite privileged at that time. And so my music training is largely Western classical. Though I have very good exposure to Chinese culture and Chinese language when I was young, I wasn't paying much attention then, to Chinese music while I was, growing up in the British colony. When I was about 17, I received a scholarship, so I went to study in the States, and I finished with a bachelor degree at Indiana University in composition. And I finished my master's degree in composition at University of Toronto, and I made Toronto my home since then. Maybe I can talk about my experience, my personal experience, how I started. After I graduated from school, I was a mother of 2 young daughters with a husband on a tenure track, teaching at University of Toronto. The struggle for me was to find a balance, taking care of my family, making enough income to secure my husband's job in case he did not get tenure. Also, at that time, university education was very academic. There was no specific guidance about, teaching the students how to promote themselves and how to make living as a composer when you graduate. So at one time, I held three jobs: um, teaching piano at home, working as a music copyist, and also as a part-time bank teller at CIBC. It was quite a life that time. Composing was not easy for me because I have to squeeze in hours at night when the kids go to bed. Also, not much performing opportunities except trying to submit works and entering competitions. During those years, I focused on raising my family and managed to get a few performances here and there. And I also tried to launch a career as a pianist playing contemporary music. So now, looking back, what I'm glad is that I did not give up my passion in composing. Guess my persistence and luck eventually leads to winning a few competitions. And that paved the way to receive commissions and performance opportunities. On this note, maybe I'd like to share with you a 3-minute excerpt of early work, an orchestral piece, Ice Path. That piece won 2 awards at the Winnipeg Symphony's Composers Competition. And I consider that is a milestone that gave me a break in Canada. So maybe Matthew can play the first excerpt A.
Test one. Yes.
Sorry,
Sorry, Alice. I think you're
Sorry.
muted right now.
Yes. Okay, so I forgot to
Okay,
turn
we're all good.
back the. I'm good.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So
Okay.
I
If you
repeat.
can, yeah, just repeat. Start from after the excerpt.
Okay. All right, Annie, thank you. So I'm going to talk about making income as a composer. Except film composers or those in the commercial or gaming music fields, it is rare that a university-trained composer can earn a living solely by composing what we call classified as serious or new music. Most composers earn their living by having another job. A few of us, have the privilege to teach at the university, and some of us earn our living as performers, accompanists, teachers, or other unmusically related jobs. Occasionally, for myself, I receive some income from adjudications, either serving at the art councils or adjudicating competitions. For many years, I earned a living as a piano teacher. And at one time, I have over 60 students in my studio, so I'm making pretty good income. The only trade-off is I do not have enough time to compose because of the busy teaching schedule. However, in the last 10 years, I have pretty steady streams of commission, so that it actually helps to buy me some time for my creative pursuits. Now, it sounds a little bleak, but in a way, a lot of composers do support their passion through other means, and which we will continue to do so regardless. There's a very good interview last December on TVO on the number of artists, including myself and composer String Ralph, on hosted by Steve Palkin, The Agenda. You may want to check that out because everyone talk about how they exist as an artist, making a living. So I think we have a website here. If you can check out TVO agenda, making a living, you will see the entire discussion on this matter. Speaking about commissions, maybe I can share with you another 3 minutes short excerpt on my very first commissions. It is a solo piece I wrote for the international stepping stones level of the Canadian music competitions. It is a 5 minute test piece for the final round in the cello category. And so far, it is one of my favorite and most often requested piece for cellist. So Matthew, you can play excerpt B. Thank you. Thank you. So now maybe I can share with you what I know about network resources. A lot of young composers nowadays are more equipped with the mean of social medias and online marketing, which I think is very important for every artist to reach out to the world and connect. I believe opportunities always come in pair, with talent and determination to promote your skills. If you have a creative idea or product, you should actually sell it to the world as much as possible. I always encourage young composers to go to concerts and festivals, and don't be afraid to talk to performers or concert organizers about your works and ideas when occasions arise. For my own network, it would be, a few major composer organization which I affiliate and support. Of course, the Canadian Music Center, Associate of Canadian Women Composers, Canadian League for Composers. We always should pay attention to the news or e-blast, like Matthew always send it weekly, so that young composer or all of us can look for opportunities like festivals, competitions, call for scores, commissioning, etc. For my experience, it takes time to build up a network of artists whom I love to work with, and to have the trust of performing organizations for commissioning. I also worked diligently to develop the grant writing skills, especially when I receive proposals of worthwhile projects that need efforts to realize only through the support of arts councils, because usually there's no funding from those organizations. Another important resource is to recognize one's cultural background. As I growing up in Hong Kong, I wasn't paying much attention to Chinese music until the last 10, 15 years or so. I kept receiving requests or commissions writing for Chinese instruments or based on Chinese subjects. So I think the multicultural music community in Canada has a curiosity about artists' cultural heritage. And because of that, actually, I constantly receive support from, local media from the Chinese community, like Omni Multicultural TV channel, Fairchild TV, and various newspapers from the community. They like to know and support, artists of their project. And also, I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to rediscover my Chinese heritage and collaborate with a number of Chinese instrumentalists, either in Toronto or overseas, and also have created a number of operas with a Chinese theme, as Kimi just mentioned about The Monkey's King, a children's opera commissioned by the Canadian Children's Opera Company to celebrate their 50th anniversary. And this opera actually next Saturday will be having a world premiere broadcast on CBC Saturday afternoon at the opera with Ben Hafner. And this is very exciting for me because I think this is a very rare and support from CPC. So if you have time, you can check it out. I think it's around 3:30 next Saturday, August 29th. And my first opera is The Lesson of Daji, also based on the Chinese tale about a famous concubine, a very tragic story. And the third opera right now I'm working on is Chinatown, commissioned by City Opera Vancouver. So among all this unusual collaboration is a work I wrote for a special musician. She's a Chinese harp specialist in Beijing. Her name is Lulu, and she collaborates with a Kunchi opera artist, a form of Chinese opera in Beijing. They commissioned the work for me. The project happened because of my affiliation with the Chinese Women Composers Association. This piece is very close to my heart because it is such a rare opportunity for me to learn how to write for the Chinese harp. It is one of the lost ancient Chinese string instruments. It was set about 5,000 years old, and actually before the Western harp, because of the Silk Road, actually the technique, go to Europe. So this instrument looks like a harp, but all the strings are double in octaves. So I'm going to share you a video for the premiere performance in Beijing. And if Matthew, can you please excerpt C to share? Hi, so thank you. So now I'm talking about a little bit about copyright. I'm not an expert in this area, but I could share with you what I know about copyright. So composers will own the copyright of their work 100%. If there's no involvement of another writer or music creator or collaborator in terms of creating the composition. Most Canadian composers join SOCAN, the Society of Composers, Authors, and Music Publishers of Canada. And it is a Canadian performance rights organization that represents the performing rights of songwriters, composers, and music publishers. SOCAN uses digital audio identification technology to electronically monitor commercial radio stations to make sure royalties are paid to all the music creators and publishers of all the songs played on those stations. There are usually music licensing fees upon contract between music creators and performers, and also record labels when they record composers' music. So just to give you an idea, let's say for a vocal piece involving a writer, the split is around 67% to composer and 33% to writer. Of course, there are always variations depending on the agreement. However, if the lyrics or text used is in the public domain, the composers will have the sole right 100% copyright. And the last topic I'd like to cover is about the administration side to music compositions and how I look after my own music administration. So I have a few suggestions on this. So first of all, keep a constant work stream by looking out for opportunities, either submitting works to festivals, competitions, arranging old works, or creating new works that may fit to certain occasions, to open the doors to future opportunities and connecting with performing organizations and performers. I also constantly talk to performers and reaching out to them, let them know what new work I have or what ideas, and hey, if I have a violin solo piece, might you have an occasion to play it, etc. The second point is take every grant application seriously, as many commissions depends on the funding support from arts councils. So when a composer is approached by a performing party to apply funding to create a new work, he or she should try to pitch the project the best they could in the funding criteria, because all applications undergo a competitive jury assessment process. I believe they're often on their workshops held to teach artists how to write grant applications, and I believe there will be a few happen at the Canadian Music Center here. And another point is connect to the music community. It is better not to be isolated when one's like to promote, one's products, the artistic work and idea. So it is important to attend concerts and festivals. First of all, we should be inspired by artists, meeting them and also connecting with, as I say, performing organizations, and perhaps we can continue with the network and open up the door to performance opportunities. And for myself, I believe one should always update with new technology and equipment about, let's say, music software and things that help composers to compose. In recent years, I have been venturing into multimedia production, like dance theater, electronic music, and video design. I find it extremely fun and important to open up to new means in technology, which comes in handy with music creation as well. I have taken a few lessons in Cubase, and that enabled me to do a lot of music editing, including my last 3 solo CDs with center disc. And I also now get into a music video program, Vegas, which I love to do, use it for video editing and graphic. I have pretty new work, which on Thin Ice, which was premiered this year in February. It is a percussion theater project written for percussionist Beverly Johnston, based on the life of Yoko Ono. And I'm particularly excited about it because it's my first time a 45 minutes piece extensively used electronic music, live performance, and video design through the entire production. So to end my presentation, I would entertain you with a 3-minute promo or teaser of this piece which I made. Uh, the title is "Which on Thin Ice." It incorporates electronic music, and I also work with a rap artist, for his using his vocalizing in the piece and some animation as well. So I hope you enjoy it. So Matthew, you can play the last excerpt, D.
Dear Ono, dear Lennon, dear Yoko, dear John, dear Ono, the onus is on us to take time slowness, each moment a bonus between us, aromas that hold us, they try to control us to keep us below us to own us. Dear Lennon, my love and my venom, my silk and my denim, don't listen, don't let them affect you, don't let them, I get you, go get them. I let you protect them, to love and respect them, but forget them. Dear Yoko, my focal, the reason I'm vocal, the reason I'm soulful, the season of hopeful. When I breathe through a chokehold, then I go cold. When the weight of the world is a boatload, and I try to go so slow, but the whole world push. Dear John, where have you gone? What have you done? I'm feeling withdrawn, there's no point of dawn. They made you a pawn, they broken our bond, now you're gone. Dear John, my John. Dear Ono, dear Lennon, dear Yoko, dear John.
Umi no ho. Knocking. 白氷。太陽を待っています。
Healing and empowering. Even in the moment hold the light in your heart, and you will know that you are not alone. That we are all together.
Hello, Alice. Thank you very much for that great
Simon.
presentation.
Hi.
It was great to actually see you again in person. I know we've been to a lot of concerts where we were both in the same room, but we never got to actually converse. So it took a pandemic to get us to actually talk.
Great.
You're a extremely successful composer, and you are very, very busy and very active. You're constantly being mentioned in a variety of ways, and it's really great to have you in this workshop. And I know as a young composer myself, I want to know a lot about what you do, and we're all curious to, and we want to know how others who've sort of paved the way do things. So I have actually a couple of questions here from some of our composers that are very interesting, and I want to share them with you. One of the first questions was, how much time do you spend composing on a daily basis, or if you compose every day? I know some composers, for instance, don't necessarily compose every day, or some do. We're just wondering what your sort of daily regimen is, and if so, how much, and what you do.
I think it changes by year and by age too. Right now, I have the luxury, actually. I can wake up and start composing. Morning is the best. I think after a good night's sleep, the mind is clear, so morning is great. And so I usually compose a few hours and have lunch, and in the afternoon, another few more hours, and then I call the day off, have dinner, and see a movie on the TV, and I'll go to concerts. So it's a luxury, yeah. Of course, this doesn't happen every day, yeah. And there are other schedules. There are a few days I have to teach students right now, but it's not as demanding as before.
And I guess to lead to the next question, and this is something that composers deal with a lot generally, is, let's say you wake up one day and you have the mental, you have mental block. What do you? So some days you just you can't write, even if you really force it. And the next question is, do you have any rituals to sort of prepare yourself and put yourself in that zone, to have that creative sort of output? And if so, what are those? What are the ones that you can share with us? Maybe some of them you want to keep secret, but yeah, if you have ways to prepare yourself mentally and sort of spiritually for writing.
Yes, I think I'm pretty obsessive of when I'm getting a block. I feel so depressed. I have to find a way to find a solution. So I seems to occupy with that finding a solution. Basically, when I wake up in the morning, I stay in bed and things go on in my head. There are ways to do this and do that. Hopefully, I can try various things to experiment. I think there's one way, and I do believe sometimes one's need to go out to the nature, or as I said, connect with people and get inspired. I think inspiration is so important. You don't know. It all comes with, I think, the most moving music. That close to people. Actually, close to our own personal experiences. And everyone has a journey, and if we can express this in our music, that would be wonderful. So this is one sort of ritual I always keep in mind, right from the heart. And also, I have this impulse. I need to find solution all the time, and I think it's also help when one gets stuck. Take a break, just go out with some fresh air, or drink a cup of tea or coffee.
That's right. No, that's a very, very good point. And oftentimes when composers or writers are stuck, forcing it usually doesn't really help, because you're not really looking in the right place. You get tunnel vision. So that's right. And you kind of questioned the next. You answered our next question, kind of, that what are some aspects of your creative process, and so, like, what are some ways that you can inspire? And you said that walking in the nature, or sort of trying to focus on having a more sort of problem solving attitude, as opposed to a very sort of involved attitude, could really, really help you. And one of the last questions that actually came in was, do you have any other suggestions in terms of the audio editing softwares you work with? You mentioned Cubase. Wondering, especially for music production, do you have any other? Have you worked with any other softwares or interfaces that you found useful, for instance?
Well, I use Sibelius for music notation, and I constantly update it. So, but they're getting quite expensive now. But I find it's very useful because I get very effective tools in terms of the speed and also the sound, which is quite good. Sometimes I use a third-party plugin. If you need extra instrument, you may want to buy a software. Let's say for Chinese instrument, I'm still looking. There's some good software like the Kong Audio or the Chain, whatever. They can be integrated with Cubase quite effectively. So Cubase, I use it mainly for music for audio editing. I don't use it to compose, except for electronic music. Then I solely compose on a Cubase because I do not need to notate it. The Sibelius notation software is crucial because for all my compositions, I need to send scores and perfectly notated often. So it works much better than Cubase. The other program I discovered recently is Vegas Video. I use it for video editing, and there are lots of effects. I think I'm not an expert. I'm still learning, but I know some people can even make a movie out of it. It's quite amazing. And sometimes I think that last year I got a gaming computer, and it's come with a software, a 3D painting, and that was quite exciting too because it actually graphic and it's turned around 3D direction.
Right.
It's so much fun. I think a lot of young composers have more knowledge than myself. I should learn from them actually.
No, that's great, and it's great. You're utilizing electronic music into your vocabulary, which is fantastic. I think we have two more questions, and I also have one question for you. And actually, we have one more that just came in. Do you have any can you recall or can you tell us anything about opportunities, like say call for scores or commissioning opportunities for Chinese instrumentalists or Chinese related opera, let's say opera or productions or things like that, things that have to do with Chinese culture or Chinese music that you can let us know about, because there are a couple of the folks are interested in seeing if there's any opportunities for that sort of endeavor.
I think let's say in Toronto, there's the Toronto Chinese Orchestra, and a dear friend of mine, her name is Patty Chan. She is an oud player. I think Matthew also affiliated with Patty. She did a few workshops, and she's always looking for new works from young composers. In fact, last year at Judicate, a competition, young composers submit new work writing for the orchestra or the chamber ensemble from that group. So if anyone wants to write for Chinese instrument, do contact Patty Chan or look up Toronto Chinese Orchestra. And I think this is one great resource here. I mean, where we are right now in Toronto. And overseas, I wrote a new piece for the Little Giant Chinese Chamber Orchestra last year, and they are they actually came to Canada a few times, collaborate with Turning Point Ensemble in BC, and the conductor also collaborate with Toronto Chinese Orchestra. So if anyone is interested, look it up. The name is Little Giant Chinese Chamber Orchestra in Taiwan, Taipei. And they have tons of YouTube and tons of performances. It's a great group in a way. The conductor is very open-minded, and they play lots of new music, and the caliber is quite high. So I think feel free to reach out to them and hope you get some response.
That's great. That's great. Those are fantastic. And Patty Chan is a fantastic human being. So this is great. This is a great contact. For all. We have three more questions for you. They're just coming. They're just starting to come in. First off, do you ever take or draw inspiration from other art forms like visual arts or dance or film, let's say? And if so, what are some ways that you usually translate that into your writing? You can talk about that a little bit.
I think my inspiration is quite eclectic. I like everything, and as you can see, the four examples they actually are quite different each one. So I myself is a fan of some artists like Yoko Ono, and for visual arts, I love Vincent van Gogh. I actually wrote a piece on Starry Night, and the impressionistic painting somehow do some imagery and things on, and also the Dali also is another artist I admire because his work is has such a what do you say, erotic and eccentric and complexity, and one can dig deep into so many interpretations. So it's a good subject to translate into music. The other thing is I also love movies, and I'm a fan of David Cronenberg. A lot of the moody kind of surrealistic things. I love that, and so yeah, they're all over the place. I think also a lot of the time depend on the commissions too. When I receive the commission, I have a goal to write for that particular group, particularly audience. Sometimes when I saw, let's say, the subject or the libretto, oh no, I don't know anything about it. But then it become a challenge. Then I have to research, and it become exciting. So yeah, more and more of these commissions come to me recent years, which I have to do a lot of research. So it can be an inspiration as well to venture into the unknown.
That's great. That's great. And so now that we're sort of living through the pandemic, as a composer who's kind of been around for longer than some of us, how do you see the future of instrumental music? What are some of your sort of concerns, or maybe you have some hope that you want to share with us? Please do. And I was kind of what your thoughts are, and how you're seeing this situation for the future of basically live instrumental music.
Right. I think the pandemic has changed our life, and I think it will last for a long time. But of course, I believe the future is still bright. Eventually, I think humanity means hope, and we can always get over it. In terms of music community or performances is a concern, because just my opera supposed to be produced next September in Vancouver. They booked the Vancouver Playhouse, 700 seats, but they also booked the year after in case of the social distancing and all these factors. But regardless, I think is still, I think one still have the drive. I think right now, because of the pandemic, a lot of artists actually have a bit more space or loneliness to look deeper, what's the meaning of our life, and I think there's always silver lining because of this. And for myself, I'm so grateful that I continue to compose. Actually, it's a good distraction. Otherwise, I would be so depressed. In the last couple of months, when we have the passion, when we like to create, it's actually help us to go through a lot of traumas, and I believe young artists especially are always so creative. They will have new means, like fantastic streamlining and to make unusual projects. So yeah, we will wait and see. I'm sure we'll discover new ways.
Hopefully, and we're already seeing people being creative around limitations, even including this workshop. That would have not happened if it hadn't been for all the amazing people behind it. So another question that came in that's very, very interesting is that you've written at least one opera. If I'm mistaken, you may have written more than one. And for young composers trying to get into that sort of world, the world of opera, and they're trying to get their toes in the water. Do you have any advice, or do you have any sort of you want to share with them as somebody who's just getting into it?
Yes, it is difficult. I actually have written, well, I have 2 produced opera, and 1 opera we got the funding, and the organizer didn't produce it. It is a very very sad for me. My first opera actually was commissioned, and we get the funding, but there's some political issues about working with the producer and company, so it didn't go on stage. I think my advice is I can see from on the website there are more and more organizations geared towards chamber opera. Sometimes it's only a few singers and limited instruments, but especially not only in Canada but around in the States and around the world, there are always groups that are interested to do dramatic work. And I think 2 years ago, I was at a jury adjudication, and there are even 1 or 2 organizations in Toronto with 2 people organized, one person opera. So I think the attractive thing to me for composing opera is not only the glamour about staging or costumes. Actually, mainly, is it larger than life, and the music and drama is so powerful and has a very special connection. So that's why young composers are attractive to that. But my advice is always looking out for opportunities and keep writing and keep submitting your music. Or if you have a few friends or writers, do talk to them and get into the what to say the producing aspect of it. You never know, something come in fruitful some days.
Sorry, I try to put myself on mute to make sure the quality of the audio is. Maybe we're gonna close with a couple of more questions, and one of which is being mine, which I'm gonna ask after this one. The first question we had was hours a day you write, and I guess what we can kind of expand on is how much do you write, as in how many minutes or seconds of music would you say you can write? Because sometimes composers get stuck writing maybe 5 seconds of music for a week, or sometimes you can just sit down and write, a half-hour piece in 10 days, which is rare but can happen. So I'm wondering what your pace is like, and do you sort of stop yourself after a while because you think you're maybe writing too much and maybe it's not up to your own sort of internal standards? So just talk to us about that.
First of all, never write too much. For myself, I can continue from one project to another project, and I'm looking for project one after another, and has to pace out my commissions. Okay, do I have time to do this? And I have to finish this and get to the next one. It's just, I think I have another young composer, Kevin Lau. I mean, he's an established composer. He just say, I love to compose, and I think this is what guides me through, and it is. I think this is almost my hobby. I didn't think it's a job, and of course it's so exciting when I see there's a performance of it. I would give my best, for the performers and the audience, and for myself. It's a satisfying means for life. So there's no complaint. In terms of how much I write, I think I write a lot. And I think I write pretty fast too, often because of deadline. And I don't need, a fancy place. I think right now I'm at my cottage. I just have a little desk in my bedroom and a laptop. That's it. Yeah. I think the advice is there's no limitation, and just go with your passion.
Right. That's very good advice, because, as you said, project to project might be very 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 different. one of the questions that just came in that's actually very interesting is, do you feel the turmoil that's going on in the Far East, in China and Hong Kong, is affecting you? Sort of the political turmoil and the socioeconomical turmoil that's happening. Do you find that it has influenced you? Some composers try to sort of move themselves away from politics altogether, and I don't know if you're sort of subscribed to that ideology or not. But do you find that it has found a way into your music and into your writing?
First of all, thank you for asking this question. Well, it does, because I grew up in Hong Kong, and it's my motherland in a way, because I still have relatives there. Not a lot. And knowing the movement in Hong Kong and the protest, and of course the SARS and COVID, it is such a small place with so many. It's a large populations, and so vibrant, and such a powerful place actually. And I think it affected me in a way. For my recent commissions, Chinatown, it deal with the immigration in early Canada, and one phase when the society changes with lots of uncertainties and discrimination, because you are from somewhere else. And I think that aspect also relate to the situation in Hong Kong, in China, the difficulties for for us, not only for Chinese people, for a lot of people in the world facing. And I take it personally, because when I compose the music, I would even imagine the situation they're facing as nowadays we are here in the world we're living. And I hope it naturally reflect something that is connected to the audience, to the ears. I think this issue is ageless, about political situations and the struggles.
Right, absolutely, and it is heartbreaking, some of the things that are going on, and all over the world, really. I mean, everybody who's whose sort of culture and peoples are being oppressed or denied certain basic human rights. Myself, as a Middle Easterner, I'm far too familiar with that constant nagging pain. We have to close this talk soon, but I just had one more question that I wanted to ask, since I knew that you were coming, and that is the concept of dealing with rejection. As composers, especially like you said, we apply for plenty of call for scores and competitions, and we reach out to organizations and people for opportunities, and oftentimes the answer is no. Oftentimes the answer, or grant applications. And it can take a toll on your mental health, and it can take a toll on your sort of self-esteem, just your very sort of identity as a creator. And I'm just wondering, you have much more experience than all of us, and how do you deal with rejection, or how did you deal with rejection, and what do you think a younger composer who's just starting to apply to things and maybe hearing quite a bit, how should they sort of approach it?
Yeah, I think my journey. I think I didn't compose for almost 10 years after I graduated from university, because of my young family. It wasn't a very happy time in a way. I mean, for myself, because I know deep down inside there's something I want to do, and also there's always no, and always rejection, and also intimidation as well. Sometimes you feel so let down, and you don't believe yourself. You lost confidence. I mean, all these factors, creep into you as an artist, which is tremendously difficult. So how did I do it? I think I sort of just have to turn back on all negativity in every day. I turn my back on what people said to me, or they they don't believe, my work, and sometimes criticism are good, but sometimes they hurt actually. And I think encouragement is more important all the time, especially to young composers. And I hope there's more for young people. They will have and have a connection with let's say a few good friends who are performers, and they can sort of reassure each other. You don't need a lot, but you need someone, or a mentor, or friends, or someone believe, and keep you going. But I think this path is difficult. It sometimes takes years. It takes persistencies, and also an attitude of, so what? I just continue to do the things I love to do. Yeah, I think that's the best. Like, just shove it away, and continue the next goal, next thing.
So no, I think persistence is a very, very important thing, and I definitely think you have the right idea here. We have to end right here. Thank you so much, Alice, for being with us. Your words are really illuminating, and just your presence here has been fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing all of your stories and all of your knowledge with us. And just for all the composers who want to tune in, we're taking a break now. We're going to come back at 2:30 on the YouTube link and also streaming link with the quartet. Thanks again, and hope to see you around soon in person, hopefully. And
thank you. Yes.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good one. See
Thank
ya.
you. Yeah. Bye.
everyone, welcome back. So our first piece today is going to be Tell Me Who I Am by Connie Nguyen. And yeah, so she's here, so let's ask her if she has anything that she wants to say about her piece and to just introduce the piece.
Tell Me Who I Am is it started off as a theme and variations that I was hoping would be only 2 minutes, and then I got carried away. To me, it's an exploration of conformity and non-conformity and breaking apart from the traditional conception of theme and variations. As the narrator is there to kind of ask questions, this sort of battle within the self about who one is, and then that gets represented in the various sections of doubt, disappointment, anger, and dissonance, and finally acceptance, as the string quartet sort of reacts to those conflicts within the person. I wrote this with Abigail Richardson was my teacher while I was writing this, and she was a great help. It was wonderful to work with her on it. This is also very personal to me because this is, I guess in a lot of ways, was a piece for me to sort of come to terms with my transness and explore what that means for me as a person. So, that's all I have to say about it, really.
Okay, so I will be narrating, and please be patient with me. I'm not a narrator. I just also want to say we have a photographer in-house with us. His name's Matthew as well. There's another Matthew. So yes, if you're wondering who's that random person, it's Matthew, the photographer. it's the cameraman. Okay, are we ready? Okay. I have a question. What am I? I am me, of course, in all my persona, in all my countenance. But what is that? Tell me who I am. Tell me what I am. Every second is a fight for what it means to be me. My body is so sure of itself, so sure my feelings are false. You are what you see. You are what you appear to be. That's not true. It's hard to explain. I just need someone to tell me who I am. It's too confusing. Please just tell me who I am. Why are you asking? You think I can tell you anything more than you already know. You know the answer. You just won't admit it. Is it wrong to be me? I'm tired of these questions, these non-answers. Tell me what I am. Okay, fine. Everything about you is wrong. Shut up. You've made yourself up. You're the one thing you want least to be. You aren't anything. You are a lie. No, shut up. Shut up and tell me who I am. Tell me who I am. My mind and my body fight for dominance, learned logic and innate feelings. Tell me where all these conflicts fit within me. How can I define it? Okay.
Yay! Great job, Kemi.
Thank you.
And to everyone, that was fantastic. Yeah, no, that's really awesome. I'd like to go back to disappointment briefly with the slides. The slides were really, really good. And I'm not quite sure if it's the audio quality from the Google Meets but I think I'd like to have the disappointment a bit more legato, and a little bit more sustained, I guess, if that would be all right.
So sort of.
Yeah, and not just for the slides, for like all of it. This is a very it's this sort of permeating sound, this very deep-seated feeling that doesn't go away, and I think the sound can reflect that by really pulling the notes out of the instrument as much as possible.
Okay. Yep.
I also feel like because the section before is very rhythmic, and then we get into a 5/4, which is it's a bit of a tricky time sequence to count. You know, I think that also has to do with it. But I agree, it needs to like relax a little bit in terms of the momentum. Yeah.
Schmoozy.
Yeah.
So we have one specific question. So at measure 50, there's a fermata, and we're wondering, do you want us to hold that all the way through to the please just? Do we just hold it all the way through, or do you want us to stop when the narrator says stop? Like, do you want to?
No, keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Actually, I think if we could actually just do 50 and then going into disappointment as well, I think that would be useful. And can we maybe so the 51 is a bit tricky to coordinate between the narrator and the string quartet. But I like and I think I've talked to Kemi about this as well, but this is all like, this is much more rhythmic for the quartet. So you guys like should stay pretty much in the tempo and just kind of push through, and then it's the narrator's job to line up the words with some semblance of where the beat is going to be. But this is much more canonic, much more contrapuntal. So making sure that the beat still lines up is I think the most important aspect of that. So would be able to do 50 going into disappointment again?
Yes.
So do you want the stop? It's too confusing.
Yes, please. That would be wonderful, Cami.
Okay. So I guess you guys can hold it from auto. Stop! It's too confusing. Please just tell me who I am.
Okay, can we try that one more time?
Do we hold that last note, or is it just 2 beats?
Oh.
It's 3 beats.
Mine is 2.
Mine is a dotted half.
Mine is a half note. Wait, isn't it a 3/4?
You have a rest. She has da da, and you have da.
Oh.
Da.
Yeah, so I come in on the downbeat of the 3/4.
That I always thought you came early.
No, you and Yagane come in together, and then Claire and Kimiko comes in together. Okay.
Good to know.
Okay. Stop! It's too confusing. Please just tell me who I am. Why are you asking? You think I can tell you anything more than you already know? You know the answer. You just won't admit it. Is it wrong to be me? I'm tired of these questions, these non-answers. Tell me what I am. Okay, fine. Everything about you is wrong. Shut up. You've made yourself up. You're the one thing you want least to be. You aren't anything. You are a lie. No, shut up. Shut up and tell me who I am.
Great. Yeah, that was a lot better. Thank you very much.
Connie, can I ask you a question about generally? I'm just as I'm listening. What are your feelings about lining up the text exactly rhythmically? I'm just curious to see if that was the effect you were going for. If you're like sort of just your impression of it.
So, I think that the way it sounds is pretty good. I don't want to. When I was writing this, I really didn't want to sacrifice the natural flow of the narration. Right. There are certain aspects where, like, I wanted to line up more, I guess. And in an ideal world, I suppose it would be right on the beat. But even when I was recording it myself with the narration, I found that like I would much rather sacrifice the synchronization than sacrifice the lilt of the words themselves.
Because I do find it that the words kind of want to sort of fall into a particular rhythmic in a rhythmic profile that they have.
Yeah.
It might be something you want to consider in terms of just the way we're notating it, right?
Yeah.
That's something I just noticed that in our discussion had gone, and this is something to just generally consider, around 71, 72. Sometimes your second violins are much more above your first violins, just and unless if it's like an effect, like a panning effect you're trying to make, you should be mindful of that, just in terms of, because the second violin shouldn't be above the first violin too much, right? Especially.
You're talking about 70, 71, you said?
72, 70 to 75, 74, 5. There's a lot of moments like considerably above. But yeah, but I think it sounds pretty good. I really enjoyed the anger section. I thought that worked really, really well.
Thank you.
I have a couple technical notes just about the anger section for the viola.
I would love to hear them.
So, just these pizzas with the X's. I'm assuming you want like a snap pitz, like a.
Not necessarily. I initially wanted to do that as a bit of a shorthand, and then I also added the pits to make it just very explicitly clear that it was pits. Because I know, like, from my own experience with the instrument, typically that, like, when I see that, I would assume pits. But I just didn't want any room for second guessing or anything like that. I do know that there are some, like, that transition, especially at 89, with going right into those 16th notes can be a bit tricky. But yeah, it doesn't have to be a Bartok pits or anything like that. Just
clarify, I was just going to say, if it's a regular pits, then it's not too fast. It's pretty easy to get it, but just the snap or the Bartok with 2 strings is quite difficult.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
The rest of the section is angry enough. You don't need to.
So there's that, and then the other thing I wanted to mention is just at 93 and 99. I think if you're having anything above, like 3 ledger lines above the alto clef, it would actually be a bit easier to switch into the treble clef for those sections, and then go back into alto clef when it goes back into the lower register.
Okay, sounds good. You don't like ledger lines then?
Violins, yeah. But yeah, actually, so I have a little one at 112. So everything that's written there is possible. So the problem is just that it's a lot of hopping back and forth in the tempo for the I don't know if the video can probably not see my hand up close. Like, I can't move over there. But it would be like, to get those double stops, I'd have to be going back and forth between two positions like quite fast. And then I have to jump to get that next run. I have to jump up to another position to get the run sort of in with the right fingering. So like I was leaving out the second and the I was leaving out the two D's on the bottom. And like if you write it out like that, the first violinist will appreciate it. But like if you really want the D's, they are possible. And like if I practice like a million hours, I'd probably be able to do this. But just so you're aware, right, it's super tricky because it's just a lot of fast shifts in one bar.
I remember I can't remember because I made sure to take a look at it on my instrument, and I do remember that being difficult. That's good to know though that I'm not the only one who's going to struggle with that. Maybe I'll consider putting that in brackets or something, or
at that part at 112. I think it's the same section, like the beginning of 112. It's really difficult for me to jump and do those double stops.
So one option would be just to put the D on the open string, so you've got, and then if you really want the D in there, that's much easier.
Oh, okay.
You know, so that would be one option too.
10 minutes.
No, that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes. Do you want to? Oh yeah. So for the recording, would you like it with the narration, because you spoke about wanting to add your narration onto it afterwards? So which one would you? What would you like to do for the recording?
You know, Kemi, you're doing such a great job. I can't imagine it in anyone else's voice now.
That's what I feared. I mean, if you're sure. But
no, I think you guys have a great dynamic going there. I don't want to sacrifice that.
Okay, alrighty, okay.
If you're comfortable, Kemi. If you're comfortable.
I will.
Sorry, Connie. Based on what we talked about, you wanted to hear a little bit of the dissonance too. I don't know if that's sort of been decided against or something. Or if you want to just record what we already have, that's all totally fair.
I mean, I would like to hear dissonance, but if I will leave that up to the people that have to play the quarter tones. And like I don't need to hear all of it, and I don't mean to put you guys on the spot. I know we've talked about it. But if we did want to play that, just going from 125 to even just 132 should be if you guys want to try it.
Workshop it, right? Just to hear if it works or doesn't or whatever, right? Maybe just to try at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think. It's just 10 bars. You don't have that. Like, I need my iPad.
Do you want to just read from the score?
Yeah. Where is this one?
125 to 132.
So 1, 2, 3.
I would need to have the part here because I can't read off the score. You want to
that actually? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that that actually was pretty good. Do you guys have any comments about the quarter tones or how that like I know they're a little daunting in general looking at microtones and everything, but in terms of playability, what do you guys have to say?
I think playability is pretty now because it's a relatively slow rhythm, and they seem clear to me. They're intuitive, like just pointing up from the signs beside them, and I like that it's in
Oh, I did them. I played them all lower. Oh. I played them all down. Sorry, I was not even looking at the arrow direction. I didn't even notice it. Sorry. Okay, that's my bad. So we can try that again, but then we should start recording.
Wait, but are we attempting to record this section?
No.
Oh, okay. We're just
so
don't worry
so
about that.
my comment about the quarter tones would just be if you want them to be accurate, like if you're going to have the 16th notes coming up leading up to like a trill that lands on a quarter tone. I mean, I can guarantee you the violinist is going to be trying to like land on that one quarter tone trill at the top accurately, but the ones in between, like those 16th note quarter tones, are going to be pretty approximate. Yeah, I mean, just the quarter tones are, they're just like, they raise the level of difficulty to just, you know, it's just like, I mean, I think once you're in the position, then if, I think the way that you've written it, you're in a set position, so it is possible, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
So, but the you know, the note at the top will be your player will probably be considering the note at the top the most important one, and like just be sort of a Hail Mary pass for the for the other ones. So yeah, but I mean, it is possible, definitely.
Good to know. Thank you.
Oh yeah, so let's try with the quarter tones going in the right direction. Okay, 2, 3. Yeah, so sorry, those
Great, thank you
are
so
the right
much.
pitches. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, so we really.
No, that sounded much better with the quarter tones in the right direction.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, so.
No worries.
So we really need to move on. So should we do the recording now?
Yes. Can
Yes,
we just
that
check our
sounds great.
tuning quickly?
It's off? Okay, let's try it. I have a question. What am I? I am me, of course, in all my persona, in all my countenance. But what is that? Tell me who I am. Tell me what I am. Every second is a fight for what it means to be me. My body is so sure of itself, so sure my feelings are false. You are what you see. You are what you appear to be. That's not true. It's hard to explain. I just need someone to tell me who I am. Stop! It's too confusing. Please, just tell me who I am. Why are you asking? You think I could tell you anything more than you already know. You know the answer. You just won't admit it. Is it wrong to be me? I'm tired of these questions, these non-answers. Tell me what I am. Okay, fine. Everything about you is wrong. Shut up. You've made yourself up. You're the one thing you want least to be. You aren't anything. You are a lie. No, shut up. Shut up and tell me who I am. Tell me who I am. My mind and my body fight for dominance, learned logic and innate feelings. Tell me where all these conflicts fit within me. How can I define it? Okay.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic, everyone.
Congrats. That was great.
It's a very exciting piece. So we were looking forward to trying this with you, and yeah, thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and you guys all did a fantastic job. So thank you again.
Thanks for being a part of this. It's amazing.
Hi everyone. So we're back and we've got Stefan's piece here, which is called The Growing Season. So Stefan, please give us a few comments about your piece just to set our mood here.
Sure. Well, first of all, hi everyone, and thanks so much for to Matthew and Kemi. Oh, it's a bit of a, hang on, I have to turn off my...
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'll start. So thank you so much for organizing this, and thank you for the quartet. I've really been enjoying hearing everything. So this piece was written during, of course, during the lockdown, during the pandemic times, and I've been working from home for the past however many months now. It's been a long time, and during that time, we've been kind of focusing on things around the house, just like small things, and one of that has been growing our garden, and so we've been basically just enjoying watching the little plants grow, and so this piece somehow arose out of that. Of course, I started with grand ideas for other projects that I'm supposed to be working on, but as usual, that whatever ends up being written is usually something different. So anyway, so I hope you enjoy playing it and listening.
Great, thank you. Yeah, let's just go for it. And we have our 7-8 meter here, so that's always interesting.
Great. Thank you very much. First of all, did you have any questions about any of it, or?
So I think Yugane and I both have the same at 79. And I think we were both assuming you wanted those pizzicato as left hand at 79.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So basically, however you can grab them, and as many of them as you can grab. If you have to place some of them with the bow, I think that's totally fine. The main thing is that it's kind of like this mix of arco and pits. So, yeah. Did it work out okay, mostly, or?
It's just not super intuitive to read, I think, and it's like maybe it's because they're on. For me, I have pits at the top and then arco at the bottom, and like I had to really sit with it for a while to get it. But I mean, after some time,
showing that would be like a plus sign. That's the easiest way. That just indicates a left pit. So
right.
Yeah, because of the 7/4 meter, when I get to that part, I know that I'm supposed to play the pits and the arco, but like because I'm trying to stay in the 7 meter and I've just played a bunch of 16th notes and then I'm going into a big hemiola with those chords, I just played that all pits, because when I get there, like my brain is just so taxed I can't do it. But another violinist might be able to do it. Yeah. Bump. It's because of the 7/8 meter, like everything gets raised up a level in terms of the just brain taxation. So, but it is possible with enough practice, definitely. So yeah, maybe if you put for the ones that are possible with left-hand pits, if you could put the plus, that would be great. Then it's just like, yeah, it's just clear, which just because the words get squished up. That's the only thing, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, understood. I'm sure that I need to revisit that spot. Was there anything else?
I mean, for my part, it's really smooth and comfortable. The hemiolas that you have, or the kind of the syncopation that you have between the first and second violin on the first page, in the 7/8 meter is really nice. So sometimes we don't quite get it, so it's a little tricky, but it's really beautiful. So yeah, we liked that.
The intention is beautiful.
Yeah, the intention is beautiful.
Something else you might have noticed at the a tempo at 142 is the cello and the viola. We split up those double stops just because when it gets to those eighth notes, it's pretty tricky to get those parallel fourths for us. So we just split it up so we're each playing one of the notes there. And then we went back into the double stops in the 7/8 at 157 in that forte section.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
Also, the very last chord, we inversioned our notes. So we're both playing a fifth.
Okay.
It sounded prettier, but we can try both and you can tell us which one you like.
The very last chord of the piece?
So instead of playing A and F sharp, we decided to play.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. That's totally fine. Yeah. No. Absolutely. That's totally fine. Is that more comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No. That's fair enough. I could have easily written it the other way. Yeah.
Cool. Stefan, I also have a comment. This is just. I think this is a really, really good example of really clean writing, and it's just it's extremely well composed.
Thank you.
You have that for me. It's such an enjoyable piece. It goes from the beginning to the end, and there's no bumps, structurally speaking. My only thing that I really wished I heard more was from 271 to the end. All the harmonies, vertically speaking, are changing like together. Very homophonically, and I was just hoping to hear some sort of suspensions, like some of the from previous bars, sort of like suspending over and then resolving. And I would add a lot more sort of richness to it. And maybe you don't want that, maybe you do, but it's something to consider. It's just such beautiful harmonies. It's a little bit of tension resolution could really bring a lot more.
Okay, yeah, no, that's great. Actually, this coda here at the end, this piece I think could easily develop into a longer work, multi-movement piece, and so this coda may actually not stay in the piece. It may shift into another movement, or it may go entirely. But that's well taken. Yeah, thank you.
When we were playing the coda, by the way, did you like the tempo, or like when I was thinking maybe it could move a little bit more than what we were playing?
Yeah, no, definitely. Actually, the whole piece could, from the beginning too. I think just a little bit more, just a little couple notches up in the tempo would give it a bit more of an allegretto feeling, and definitely yes, the coda as well should move a little more.
Okay.
Just have it move naturally, right. Just musically, yeah.
And just also, it's very, very small. This is a very, very minor logistic thing. When you're shifting from 7/8 to 3/4, I believe,
Yeah.
or you need to have the indication of the eighth one equal to eighth note, otherwise we'll get it eats up rehearsal time. This is 87, I think.
87, okay.
And then back to 7/8, you need to indicate the eighth note equal to.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. I just have a couple of things. So I mentioned just moving a little more all throughout the piece, I think, would just help give it a bit more lightness. And then, so whenever so like in 41, 2, 3, 44, for example, so wherever the viola and cello have this kind of motor rhythm, really smooth, just very light portamentos.
Accenting those beats a bit more just to kind of keep it meshing together, and just to make it a bit clearer, because we are sitting a bit further apart more than usual right now. Sorry.
So that's one thing, and then the other is at 89. What I should have marked here is pesante in the lower strings. So really digging, really broad bow strokes. I wonder if we might try that actually. Just at 89, do we have time?
From 87. 1, 2. Okay. One more time. 3. 1, 2. So thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so and couple that with the elevated tempo, I think that will have the desired effect.
Okay, we'll see if we can do that. Okay, so are we ready to record?
Yeah, it's good. Yep. Yes.
That's just MF for. Let's play the pesante that we just played. Just starting right now. What did he ask?
We can start.
Okay.
Sorry, one more time. One more time, sorry. I keep thinking you're giving me a whole bar.
I am.
Oh, wait.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, it was great to have you. Yeah, it was great to have you. So yeah, I think it went okay by what we had tried in the past. Like I think there were lots of things that were good. So yeah, good. Here with us, and her piece is for cello and violin. It's called Duality, work in progress, right? So does that mean you're still working on it, or you're still?
Yeah, very much still working on it. This is kind of just a draft of the intro so far. Um, but yeah, of course, thank you for everyone for putting this all together. And yeah, so this piece, Duality, it's sort of meant as a musical experiment between the relationships between two musical performers and their relationships with one another, the ways that they can interact, compete, cooperate, everything in between. And so this is just the intro and the start of this entire journey. So you guys start in unison, which is kind of as similar and as cooperative as you could get before breaking off into your own separate worlds a little bit, and still interacting with each other and kind of just going places, I guess. Yeah, work in progress, very much so, as this is only the intro and a draft at that. But it is what it is, and thank you for doing this again.
So do you have any idea like about the rest of the piece? What might, like, some things that might happen in it, just to give us a?
Yeah, so some of the ways I might explore the relationships between the voices is like rapidly alternating between very tight-knit cooperation between the two players, and then very very opposing differences between the two players, alternating between the two, having kind of music in one voice, which seems very different and very, I guess, like an entirely different mood from like the other player, but they still interact in a way that's harmonious, so to speak, quote unquote. And after they're done all their experimenting, we'll meet back again at unison, although in a very different landscape, a very different meaning. That's the plan, at least.
Cool. So yeah, for those looking at the score, you'll see we're actually reading from different, time signatures on the first page as well. So we really are in different worlds. And yeah, which is like in Ars Nova music, I think they did that, right? Along many hundreds of years ago. So yeah, as some of you may have noticed, I am not the best counter in the world. So I don't know. I don't think all first violins are bad counters. It's probably just me. So I'm not going to make a joke about that. But excuse me. So we'll do our best here. And when in doubt, we meet at the top of the next line. But we've made it work a few times, so we hope. Okay. Oh, there was one question. Oh yes. Oh, actually, there were two questions. So one was the sul ponticello at the end. We can show you now. Let me see. So that's just for the last two bars. Like, how sul pont do you want it? Like that?
Yeah, that sounds pretty great. Yeah, and like really give her at the last chord, the last two notes, just like.
Thing is, like, if you want really close to the bridge and loud and kind of scratchy, then I'll play it a little differently from sul pont. Like, if you want, because the sul ponticello, what it does is it takes away the sound a little bit.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So like it might disappear a little bit, so then you don't get the volume. So it just depends on what you want.
I liked what you just played. It's a little bit hard to get a feel for dynamics in a chord, hearing the sound like this, but I liked what I heard. I think that's the right direction for sure.
The cello has double F on that last bar, and then also has harmonics. So she's not going to be able to get like the same double F in harmonics that she would be able to get playing regular, like naturally, right? Regular notes. So if my ponticello disappears a little bit, then we might hear her better, if that makes sense.
True. Yeah.
There's one other thing.
Yeah, but in general, when she's playing double stops the entire last line, except for the first bar. You will barely hear the harmonics because it doesn't matter how quiet or how loud I am. She's playing double stops and it's pretty loud. But
Right.
let's
Yeah.
hear it and then see how it goes.
Yeah, because I can bring my dynamics down if you want, if when you hear it, if you prefer it quieter or whatever.
Yeah, at that point, like the voices aren't supposed to be exactly equals, so it's okay. The cello's more of like a little bit of a backdrop, a little bit of a soundscape sort of thing. So, although balance is still important to some degree, so let's see how it sounds for sure.
Also, we understand you won't be able to hear what it really sounds like what we're doing until you hear the recording, right? So
Yeah,
so,
very true.
so we'll try to judge.
So I know you want me to slide in between, but do you want to hear the harmonics in between? Yeah, or like
With the harmonics in between. Yeah.
So when we have the bow going down, the retakes, for me in the last line, there are a lot of the retakes, right? So I just wanted to show you sort of what it'll sound like with the retakes, and then I'm going to show you what it sounds like without, just to give you a sense of it, just in case, right? So
I like the down bows,
okay,
all over
yeah.
the place, especially I like it visually too.
Yeah.
And I like the detachedness and all that. Kind of adds a little bit to the chaos, I feel.
It does. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So I like that one.
So those were all the things I wanted to check about. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Cool.
A lot of noise. Maybe can I grab Yagane's chair? For the recording, I don't want the chair noise. Thank
Actually,
you.
weirdly enough, Daria, your harmonics were quite audible.
Oh,
Weirdly
good.
enough, I mean, even this compressed sound, I could hear it. I actually had I had a few ideas, and I mean, obviously, feel free to say shut up and ignore me. But I just had some thoughts, maybe if you want to hear. I'm just wondering, just for the sake of sort of logistics and the way performers see this and interact with the music, I'm wondering how significant, or maybe they're structurally important, the way you're using time signatures. Because things are already quite separate, but not in terms of the pulse. It's just in terms of the placements, right? Because the pulse is the same. It's quarter note equals 52, right? So I'm wondering if it might be a more effective way to approach the first page is to sort of eliminate maybe the time signatures and just sort of line important structural moments up with sort of dotted lines. And that way your performers would know sort of, okay, so that's the moment where we line up and that is the moment. Especially because the rhythms are quite either long notes or really syncopated. I feel like that might sort of help the piece in terms of not being so much counted, but felt more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was one comment. The second comment, this was a big surprise to me because I thought, man, how is that last line going to come through? But then when Claire was doing all right, there was like these little tiny gaps between those double stops, and in those tiny gaps, we could hear the glissandi, and I thought that was really cool. So just the thought that I had was maybe those double stops even slightly more spread apart,
Right.
Not sequential. So that
that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Just a
Do you want me to, when I start the double stops at grow faster, just like take more time between those, like go start more slowly with bigger gaps?
I would actually start a little bit faster, but I guess a little bit shorter, especially on the second double stop.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, sort of thing.
Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna put a dot over these, and then you can add one into the score because that's what they'll play.
Yeah, for sure. And regarding time signatures, it was something I thought about it quite a bit, and I wasn't sure the best way to go. I
understand what someone is saying, that it would be less sort of confusing in a way. It's very hard to play with the two different time signatures, but like in another way, the time signature changes where our notes change, where our double stops change, right? And there's a certain comfort in that, in like getting the double stop kind of like in right when that changes. So it's just a question of knowing when your bow's going to run out, which I didn't really do well in this first run through. And I also added some vibrato by accident, so I'm sorry, I won't do that. But yeah, I love so much the idea of the two separate time signatures in this piece, given what it is you're trying to do. So that yeah, I mean, but you could also try writing it out a different way and see how it sounds,
Yeah, I ended up going the time signature route mostly because downbeats are pretty important to me. Like there's a feeling to a downbeat, and it's pretty clear in my mind that you guys aren't working with the same downbeats. More than anything, I think it's just setting it for the rest of the piece because the whole piece is going to be like that. So might as well start from the beginning, I think. It's kind of my thought process on that way. And I tried to like make the notation subdivisions in a way that could line up with the other part nicely, so it's a little bit easier to keep track of the other player and where you are.
You've got the parts written out here for both of us, so like it is clear. So it's just a matter of getting the feeling of it. And that's the thing, is the feeling of it is you're together, but you're not together. So that's what's cool about it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really well notated. Just to mention that everything's really crystal clear.
Thanks. One thing I was wondering about two things. First thing is adding a little bit of a shimmer on, well, I guess I don't exactly have bar numbers. It's the second last line of the first page where the violin has a non-dim on a B flat and the cello is diminuendoing. I would kind of, if adding a, what's the word? The tremolo?
A trill? Or a tremolo. Yeah.
To the last two beats of that note.
Sure.
Just an idea I had to get a sound.
For both instruments?
Yes.
Yep.
So one beat of.
So 2 beats of regular and 2 beats of tremolo.
No.
For the violin, 2 beats. For the cello, 1 beat of regular. Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing I am wondering about is just the dynamics at the start of page 2. And they're a little bit counterintuitive musically. You guys are crossfading. And then after you guys crossfade, you switch subitos immediately.
Right.
So I was just wondering how that might come across. I have no idea.
Probably you can't hear it too well.
But if you guys want to just do that passage,
Sure.
specifically focusing on dynamics,
yeah,
give me a really good idea.
I just wanted to say, because I'm trying to do the diminuendo, so I'll be fairly in the middle, upper half of the bow. But then you want me to do subito forte, which I would need some time to get back to frog and then save and all that. I would need a breath there.
Take a breath. That's okay. Yeah, that's totally good.
Okay. Awesome. And so so Catherine, when there's going to be a breath like for the music for the instrument, if you can just put it in as well, just so that
I should.
It just helps us to kind of like get a feel. Also, it might not hurt to put a breath in after those ones as well, just to put like a little comma thing, because then anyone looking at it will just be like, oh yeah, okay, those are separated. Like it's not, it's just a different feeling from, what I mean? So like either the dot or a comma would, get the effect across.
Yeah, sounds good.
One other small question I just remembered. So in the last line of the first page, so you have some down bows on the grace notes.
Uh-huh.
And when I was playing it, like because it's a mezzo piano feeling in terms of, so you want a kind of accent on that.
Yeah, I like the way you played it, actually. This is something where I would fit in like individual sforzandos on every grace note, but it just would not, it does not look good.
Okay, sure. Okay, I see. So the thing about, so in the 5/4 bar there, in the first grace notes there, where there are 2 of them together, doing the 2 fast grace notes both down bow would be, there would be too much of a break between them. Do you know what I mean? Like you won't get that same, because I assume you want them fast, right?
Yeah, as fast as you can. I don't think I mind like an audible break though. I don't know. Play it for me.
And then the other one doesn't have the down bow. So part of the problem is like if I do all the down bow grace notes, then I'm ending up very close to the frog here, but I'm supposed to be in mezzo P.
Right. Yeah.
I'm thinking like if you can put an accent onto the grace notes and then leave the bowing up to whoever is playing, what would be the most comfortable for them? Like, because I'm sure another player would have a different bowing from me. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I can easily replace those with accents.
Where you want them would be perfect. Yeah, okay. And then in the meantime, I hope I'll kind of convey. Yeah. I'm actually tying some of the grace notes to the notes that follow, just for bow use, that I end up in the right part of the bow. But another player would maybe play them separately, so it doesn't really mean anything. That's just for me.
I'm also wondering, Catherine, is there a reason that you're using C sharps and C naturals instead of just a D flat? I'm just wondering if you might have a reason.
It's because the arrival point eventually is the B natural and C sharp dyad.
Okay, I see.
So I wanted to keep that consistent.
Gotcha. Okay.
A few times. Oh yeah, let's do the end that you were asking for. Yeah. Let's do the last two again.
Last like 7.
The last 2 bars? Yeah, 7. Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
That's the idea. Yeah, even more, I think, again, I'm not sure how the dynamics are coming through exactly on this mic, but more cello on the arrival at the last line on the perfect fifth double stop. Just like, I should probably notate that, like a double forte or something.
Stuck from the string.
But yeah, I like the crossfade that time. I think it worked pretty well.
Yeah, I hope you'll hear it better with the real mics.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Is Matthew ready?
Matthew, are you ready? It's down. The fan's off.
Sorry, let's start again. Excuse me.
Very nice. Thank you so much.
Sure, I did the five times. I might have done it 4 times.
I didn't notice the difference personally. So.
Okay, good. So yeah, thank you. This was it was very challenging, but we had a lot of fun actually practicing this. We were just like, yeah. No, it's really exciting actually. So
thank you so much. I'm glad.
Thanks for submitting it. Yeah.
Fantastic.
We have Amy with us, and she has written a piece called Aperture. So we looked that up, the word, and it has to do with the camera, right? The depth of focus, was it? Yeah. So that was part of your inspiration for this, Amy?
Yes. What I was thinking of was actually like a rift or a portal in space, like an opening between two universes. Oh, I can actually hear. Let me just cancel the YouTube. Yeah. Sorry. I all of a sudden
that
heard
happens
myself.
To everybody, don't worry.
So with this piece, I really wanted to have an interplay between consonance and dissonance. So a dissonant note is introduced and the quartet tunes to it. And then open strings are introduced. By that time, the open strings sound dissonant against what you're playing. So I really wanted this sort of movement from one universe to another.
Yeah, so it definitely has that effect. So we'll just tell you, from our side in terms of playing it, we had a kind of progression. So I know I emailed you earlier to ask about putting in some quarter tones and so on, and then so it turned out some of the quartet members are preferring to read with the quarter tones, right?
No, I have arrows written in.
Oh, you have arrows written in. Okay, so then have we all gone back to the original one? This is important for Amy to know. So we've all gone back to the original. So your manner of notating it originally was the best.
Okay.
And we've just put like arrows where we're down because it's a little hard to see sometimes if it's a minus or a plus. So we just put arrows, in our parts going down and going up, basically, just to be clear, for it to be clear. And also, you suggested that we use a click track. And then I remember I poo-pooed you and I said, oh, well, it's like, half notes and whole notes, we'll be fine. But it turns out actually because of the nature of the swells and the fact that we're all coming in on different beats and so on, in fact, it was really hard just to all stay together, to keep counting the same without a metronome or something. What we're doing today is we've asked Kimmy to conduct, actually. So she's gonna be helping us to get so that we're all exactly together. And it works out really easily. We just tried it and it's way easier to play that way. So yeah.
That's so good to know.
I mean, in case, you have people doing a representation of it. And if they're ever having any trouble, it's one option. If, it's perfectly reasonable with a piece like this because there are so many other interesting things happening and challenges that you would, have someone conduct it. So yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So just on my metronome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. So so we face challenges trying to get the, obviously the specific. Oh, you have a plane over there, or no? So we just trying to get the specific pitches obviously is tricky. Like, okay, for instance, when you have G, let's say in measure 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Mm-hmm.
So you got G plus 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. I think you're safe to ignore those.
Okay.
I notated it extremely specifically, but what the most important thing is the consonants between the voices.
Yeah.
So if you're at, G minus 2, as long as the other members are tuning to that, then that's fine. Okay. But I just thought it was best to be specific in the score, just to give an idea of what I meant. But I'd like your advice on that, actually.
No, I mean, I think, I think it makes sense. In the parts where we're supposed to line up with another voice, I mean, it's really interesting. 'Cause, like, if we're trying to think, okay, this is this interval between me and this other instrument, because of how unusual the sounds are, I think it's hard for us, like for me anyway, consciously when I'm looking at it, to try to then determine if I'm in. But I think what we're doing is we're just adjusting ourselves to it, but just by, because we've played together, before, and so we're kind of used to it. I think that's what ends up happening. There are some cases where, like, I think that our notes are supposed to be just right in tune, and then I can hear sometimes they're not. So, like, either mine or other people's. So, like, I'm sure we're not exactly doing what's written here, but we're trying our best. So yeah.
No, and that was something I kind of struggled with writing it, whether I should prioritize the exact sense versus the ratios between the voices, and that was one of the reasons I was hoping to do this workshop, is to see what you guys thought about that. One thing I did notice was measure 67. I think it was Daria, but this note comes back several times. There's an A that's 16 cents flat. 67.
I don't have.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Maybe I have the wrong bar here. Sorry, 87, not 67. I wasn't sure whether that A should be tuned justly like that, like less 16 cents or like right on the dot. But in listening back, I think I'll have to change that. But I don't think, of course, you could change it right now in the workshop. So
you want just A?
Just AA.
Okay, sounds good.
No, you can change it. Yeah.
Yeah, that I just crossed that minus 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if anyone has an A natural, it should be AA.
Since we're here, I just wanted to say the biggest challenge for me, obviously, so for me, intonation, I couldn't tell. So it's a lot of adjusting to other musicians. But what I found really difficult was the bowings and the dynamics, because they're so, so I know you want the continuous sound, and we can't change bows as much, but sometimes we have to go to forte, which we have to take almost a full bow, and then right after you want double P, and we're right at the frog, and we have to do it's just so much pressure off the string right away. So I'm not sure, maybe I don't know, I feel like we all had that challenge, and then that was one of them. And the other one, there's one point that I'm playing F with an accent at bar 48, and then 49 quadrupled piano, and you want me to play double stops. One of the double stops are open string, so it's almost impossible to be that quiet playing open string. So we will come out.
It'll come out more like closer to an MP, which is what you have in the some of the other sequences, like in that sequence, there are some that have MP and some that have PP. The ones with the double stops are you're not going to be able to get them quadruple P with an open string double stop. That's true, what Daria's saying. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm going to make a note of that. And I think the dynamics are a bit excessive, so I think I might clean those up a little bit as well.
Well, so wondering, when you say, for instance, quadruple P, like how quadruple P are you thinking?
I think I'm more interested in the swell, so maybe what I would do is I change the quadruple piece to just pianissimo, and just yeah, it's mostly like that different voices are swelling at different times.
So
that's really the
mainly we want to get like the ones that are pianissimo a little bit less than the ones that came before that are MP, basically. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or I'm not sure, but maybe you can just maybe you don't have to write destination piano forte, just have those swells in, like, you know,
just the hairpins.
Yeah, and then like if I know sometimes you have like MF, MP, and P, so just, you know, write few decrescendos rather than like this is it.
Yeah.
So that way we can still like waves be like waves, but then we can decide how loud or how quiet, or we can feed off each other.
I liked having the specific ones just because then when I was setting my bowings, it helped me to know where do I really need to be at the tip. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So where, you know, so that if it's MP, if I'm not at the tip, it's not such a big deal. Because there are so many swells, then our bowings are only limited up and down what we can do. So then it helped me to know where do I really want to be at the tip. So I liked that, yeah. And I think too, like to have a distinction between something, because there are so many swells in it, then they should be a bit different from each other, which we're probably not doing quite as much as we should. So we'll try in the recording to do them more. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, I just want to share something, Amy, because I was attending actually a workshop by the Bozzini Quartet, and they do a lot of sort of, this was a couple of weeks ago, they did an online thing, and they do a lot of microtonal music. And their solution is that they actually have tuners on their pegs. So as they're playing, they tune, like as they're playing. I mean, they're very experienced in microtonal music, so they can probably hit the note, hit the pitch. But that's also a solution that could be employed if you want really specific, like, you know, 12 cents short or 12 cents sharp.
Okay.
That's their solution, basically. And they get it well.
I'll make a note of that. The other, you had mentioned the click track. Somebody had mentioned that I should create an audio click track for it, so that you're hearing your own part in a headphone while you're playing. But some people don't like headphones while they're playing. I know I don't, so that's another thing.
Right. But you know, like, you know, I thought I'd share that. It's just, it's another solution that people like that quartet, that particular quartet has.
That's perfect. I hadn't considered that.
Yeah.
Come on. So if they're tuning the whole string right to the microtone, then so in between notes that are like microtones or else regular notes, then they just go back and retune it, sort of.
No. A tuner, as in the tuner that shows you when you're tuning, and like it goes, oh, like you're a little bit sharp, you're a little bit flat. So as you're playing, you see it can be like, oh, okay. But the problem with that is that you kind of have to settle into a pitch. You can't just like go quick, right? So you play a note and you kind of make it a little sharper, make it, you know, educated guesses, right?
Right.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Want to add to that is just if you're having players with tuners on their pegs that they're checking while they're playing and a click track in their ear to listen to when they're playing, it makes it very in your own zone. So if your goal is to get us to adjust to each other and to play together, it will be a lot more difficult to do that if we're focusing on tuners on our pegs and click tracks in our ears.
Yeah, but that's a big consideration, and I'm not sure if there is a perfect solution for this piece.
It sounded good. Like I felt that it sounded really good. Like not all the microphones may have necessarily been hit, but it sounded very. It sounded like there was a different sort of realm in terms of the microtonality. It was really cool.
Thank you.
Is there anything else anybody has questions about for this one?
If we're doing ratio markings, are these standard? Like I'm not really well versed in them, but are they?
Yeah, they're just simply like major thirds, major sixth, minor sixth. There's one tritone, which is the 24/17, and there's one minor seventh, but they're all just your average just intonation intervals. Probably the easiest way is the lower the number, the more consonant it is.
Right. I would just say it's because we're all playing simultaneously and all of these extra, it's really difficult to know exactly. I mean, yeah, it's just not as easy as it looks on the page to have that consonants really clear in our ears, even if we are listening for them.
Yeah, I would say maybe one solution, instead of writing out the ratios with who you're playing with, is just to show an extra staff with the on top with the other player's part.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think part of what they're talking about is maybe just that when you know how I was mentioning before, you know, when players are trying to play together, it's like the most mentally taxing thing we can do, which is funny, but it seems to be the case. So that then when the brain is like reading something, like at this point, so then I have numbers in for fingerings in some spots, just when I don't want to be in first position, I want to be like, you know, somewhere up there, you know, just to be able, we're not vibrating in this, but just to kind of get a different sound, like a richer sound, I might be in a different position. So then we have the numbers of the, you know, the sense, right? And then we have the bowings and then the dynamics, which are a different kind of symbol, right? So like if you join all the symbols together and then you put in the ratios, like my brain just doesn't, like I'm just ignoring the ratios, I'm going for the sense, right? Yeah. And then where the ones that I can aim for are the unisons. Those ones, when I see the 1, 1, I'm like, yeah, okay, I know what's happening. But then when I see the other numbers, my brain doesn't have time to compute them. So yeah, maybe the visual, like having it visually more as a symbol like the other notes would help for that. Or...
You guys would not have wanted to see the score as it was when I first wrote it. There was like 5 times as many symbols. It was a disaster.
In a way, you're probably thinking the more symbols, the more helpful, right?
I just had no idea how to notate it. Like I had like, you know, giant arrows pointing up and down that were black or white, depending on whether they were consonant or dissonant. It was a mess.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's so interesting what different composers find as you know, charts or symbols to indicate what they want, and I guess, you know, there are lots of different options that probably haven't even been tried yet. But what I mean, you know, generally, what the musicians are used to, any way that you can find that people are used to, will be the easiest. And I think what you've found is actually, you know, it's pretty. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear, actually. The thing is also the ratios, maybe when we're reading it together, we're not actually reading the ratios because we've got other things to think about. But when we're rehearsing, we can use those. So the fact that they're in the part is actually very helpful, right?
Okay.
Right?
But I think notation never fails. So if I put it all in notation with like an osseous staff, that maybe that's the best solution as well. Yeah.
It could be. Yeah. And then, yeah.
I agree with the Aussie staff for sure.
Yeah, very interesting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh no, our pleasure. So, are we going to record now? Are we ready?
It's almost 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the tuning. Sorry, I should have waited.
No, it's okay, Amy. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that the note to Daria about all the A naturals being A naturals applies to everybody. I think there's some in all of your parts. So.
Yeah, mine are I just have one in 88, 89, and it is natural. Anyway,
okay.
So yeah.
So quick question, like bar 18 for me, did you want a natural?
Yes, A natural. Bar 18. Yes.
74.
575. So that would be.
Oh, that one we want an A natural for that.
Yes,
okay.
all the A's would be natural.
So, sorry, Amy. Just to be clear, how many of the A's do you want natural now?
Just if they're an A natural that's minus 16, maybe written over top of it. It would be A natural with a -16. That would be just a regular A natural. You don't have to tune them justly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If it's an A flat or an A quarter sharp, keep it as is.
So just the -16s. Okay. This is important. No, I still have to write this down.
So we're gonna mute you to record.
This is a normal A. Okay, now is there another one? Just take a quick look. I think that's it. Just one -16. Okay, I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
Ready.
Yeah, let's play the chord at measure 109, the forte, and just hold it. Halfway through, we got this forte. No vibrato, give me.
I realized that.
Sorry guys, we're off. It's just not gonna work in this piece for us to be off a bar. It's not gonna work. So yeah, I'm just watching the part and we're just not together in that entrance there.
You have the score in front?
No. I just have your cues in here.
Oh, okay.
You can try again.
Yeah, let's try again. So, Kimmy, can you be very clear about the downbeat? That's the one we're really hanging on to. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's just try again.
You guys have time, don't worry. Yeah.
Okay.
I was lost at the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. This was totally different from anything we've ever done, so it was really interesting for us. Yeah. Oh, you can't see
Is
me.
there? Are we all done for time? I guess.
Probably. Do we have any? We have a bit more time, or?
Would it be possible to just check one thing?
Yes.
It's a viola just in the first 5 bars. Actually the very first note that you play that's not that's retuned. I have it as a slightly sharp A quarter sharp, and I wasn't sure if that's what I was hearing. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have a mistake in the parts or the notation somewhere.
Okay.
So that would be bar number 5.
Okay, so that was one of the A's that you want it still sharp. You don't want that just a natural A.
Yeah, so A quarter sharp that's a little bit extra sharp.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, so it's written properly in the part. So just I think it seems like Kimmy thought that it was going to be one of the natural one, natural ones. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I guess sorry, that's just a misunderstanding. Anyway. But then once you go back and change the part to have exactly those A naturals that you want, then that should be clear.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Was there anything else in it that was, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, the intervals may not all be perfect, but overall, we hope that we gave you a sense of what it would be like with live musicians to be trying to match those. So.
Oh no, it was wonderful. It was really lovely to actually hear it because I really actually haven't before. So.
Great.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you're doing
that
for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you, Amy.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
Hi, so now we're going on to George's piece, which is called Composition 313 for String Quartet. So George, your pieces often have numbers as a title, right? So
Yes, that's
what
right.
is your thinking about that? Are you trying to stay away from from particular images or anything, or do you have a kind of vision about it?
I don't usually name my pieces unless I'm asked to, and I think that started with Kandinsky's paintings that he called Composition 4 and 5. Yeah, that's the reason.
So, but do you have any images or things that you're associating or feelings that you're trying to bring out in the pieces when you compose them?
Each piece is very different, and I think that the musical language itself is more important than the title, and of course, every listener has a different perception of the music. And sometimes, if you name your pieces, it can be a little bit misleading.
Oh, I can see that. In the second movement, we have this dance-like. I mean, it's very dance-like. And in the middle section, when we get to that part, I'm always thinking, for some reason, it makes me think of mariachi musicians. You know that. So anyway, but I guess everyone will hear it when we play it. So I guess there are things that would come up, but you just want it to be neutral so that the listener will be imagining.
Exactly.
Oh, okay,
exactly.
That makes sense. So we have another 5/4 time signature.
Good?
Yeah. Okay. stop and ask about for the first movement before we go on? Just to see, George, if you have any comments, or if, I mean, it didn't go perfectly,
was
but
really wonderful. Thank you so much. So just my thought in 31, make it a little bit, the pizzicato kind of contrasting to the previous mood, a little bit more jokey, if you could. Other than that, and wonderful Daria in 46, very full sound of the cello.
Didn't write, but I thought it should be there. No, I'm joking.
And also from 56 and on, also make it the mood should be more boisterous, I would say, maybe. Yeah, that was wonderful.
I had a few questions, George, if that's okay for you.
Yeah.
All of these 30-second notes, right now the quartet is playing all of them as 16th notes. I'm wondering if you, because at this speed, it's quite rapid, because we're going 1, 2, 3, damn, at that, right? Yeah, it's almost like a little bird, just like, I'm wondering if what you heard was okay. Yeah, because that's the accurate what
Yeah,
the,
yeah. So yes, Saman. So indeed, the background is kind of dark, and those little 30 seconds, they're like maybe kind of a sparkle in the sky in the night,
right.
like a star.
But
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this speed might be the 16th note might be a better, or even a triplet 16th note might be a better. Just if you just want something really brief, I just find it. I just feel like the 30-second might be just on the challenging side that the string players can.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
Correct. And one more thing, because I did notice that he did that once and he didn't do it again. Sorry, I'm just trying to find you. All of these whole notes that are ending on the end of the fourth beat at one point, and that is bar 30.
Mm-hmm.
You tied that note to an eighth note, like that. You just sort of indicated where the cutoff is, and I thought that was really effective, just because everybody just kind of cut off together.
Mm-hmm.
It's something to consider. That might be a good thing to do for all of the other ones too, just because it's a really clean cut.
Mm-hmm.
And instrumentalists like seeing that. For piano players or whatever, we don't really care, but for them, it's like a point of departure. So it
definitely. I was thinking just to leave just enough space before the pizzicato.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, but great stuff. I really enjoyed it.
So George, do you want us to cut off the other whole notes similarly to that part, or do you want us to aim for getting just the whole note in those?
Just the whole note would work fine, personally. For sure. Yeah.
Okay. So for the 30-second notes, we can definitely play them faster. Like, I think we're probably we're playing them incorrectly probably. But I mean, someone is right that, I mean, it's going to come across more as an effect. That said, maybe it would make sense to keep the notation like this, just so that the players are trying to get it as fast as they can, if that makes sense. Like, understanding that it might be a little.
To keep the pitches close to each other, so that you wouldn't have larger gaps. I was thinking that in that case it could be playable, but
playable. So
we'll just do it better this time.
We'll just aim to get them faster. Yeah.
Do you have any more comments or?
Yeah, we could try.
You were tied to the slurred staccato notes, right? Is it okay that we're doing them separately?
Sorry, which bar?
Near the end right after the boisterous 56 section where Claire and I have 16th notes. Is it okay that we're doing them all separately?
Staccato. Yes, that's fine. It's just non-legato. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Yeah, this was similar to
Will o' the Wisp.
Will o' the Wisp, yeah. So if you remember in Diane's piece, then we were saying it's just harder to get it clean if it's going to be either a ricochet or a staccato in this case with several players at once. It would be more of a kind of an effect, but we wouldn't get the precision of the notes. Yeah. There were just, and also like if trying to figure out, we were trying to end down bow for 65 all together, but then with if we're trying to do the staccato, then it works out the way that you've written it. Like I can see your pattern of thinking. But then if we want those to be clean and fast enough, and also with the accent, it was working better separately. So then we just have, but they have to be down. And then I end up bow for that. So I don't know if you have any view about that, anything you.
As long as you're comfortable, that's the main thing.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's try the second movement then.
Okay.
Are we going to record them separate?
I think maybe because we're going to ask Matthew to do the recording and it's kind of a big deal, maybe we should do that all at once. Maybe? So we love this one. It's really fun to play. Yeah.
Thank you. I love listening to it.
So probably we could get it a little bit faster, I imagine. Maybe just like a little bit more,
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, what is your perception of this movement?
Were we good? That's 120? We were too fast, actually. Oh, yeah, okay, so we were faster than 120 then, George. So never mind that. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So if anything, we can keep it a little bit held back. You liked it? Okay, okay.
Which
okay.
one do you prefer?
Faster is better.
Okay. Okay, let's try the little 30-second notes, see if we can get them faster. We might not be able to get them as written, but we can try. And we'll try them down bow and up bow and see if it makes a difference as well. Okay. Let's just go from the beginning.
Movement one. Movement one?
Movement one. changed it on the fourth beat, or sorry, on the fifth beat of one of the bars, right? Bar 3 or bar?
Bar 2 I changed
Bar
on there.
2? Okay, yeah. I think, somehow we're not. Okay, let's just try the 30-second note. See, you got it? So bar 4, 3, 1, 2, 4, 3, 4, 5.
Oops. What? Okay, one more time.
3, 4, 5, 1. 3, 4, 5, 1. 3, 4, 5. Is better? Let's try down bow. 3, 4, 5, 1. Yeah, I think up is better. I think you're right. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna switch some goings here.
So is there anything you would like us to change for the second movement, or any comment?
It was very good. Maybe in 27, viola and cello could be a little bit more beautiful.
More beautiful?
Do you guys want to try that? Do you guys want to try that part together?
Yeah. You can go from 21.
Jill, just us or with everyone?
Yeah.
From 21? 2, 3.
Very good. Thank you.
Five minutes entirely? Oh, 10 minutes. Okay.
Is Matthew recording?
No, we're just trying that part again. So that's at 21 in the second movement. After they got it so beautiful. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I'm not waiting long enough to hear the cello part there. That's my fault. 1, 2, 3. Let's try one more time. Let's try. It's not settling. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's. So, George, unless you have anything else to say, then maybe we'll try recording.
Let's do it. Yes.
I come in after a bunch of rests there. I think a few of us come in. Mm-hmm. What dynamic do you want there before the MF that's coming up?
Sorry, which bar, which section?
So in the first movement in measure 52.
Aha. Mezzo piano.
So even though we were already playing MP, maybe if you mark it in, it just gives us confidence. Yeah, so that was great.
Yeah, for sure. Just so that it's softer than the ending from 56.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, me too. Okay. Okay, let's go from 50.
I think it's 63.
Where's the loudest? 60.
That's for you guys.
Yeah, that's pretty loud. 63? Okay, sure. 3, 4, 5. So remember, we're listening for those cutoffs as well for the 1, 2, 3, 4 off, right?
Yep.
That's, which is hard. Sorry guys, if we can do it one more time. That was better, the counting in the beginning. I think we were better.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm running out of bow at the end of the thing, but we need to go all the way up to. Yeah. So how much time left right now? No time.
But do you want to go through something real quickly?
Yeah, like I would like to record these because I'm like clocking out and I'm not playing properly right now. So I would like to redo these ones because it just was not even, like I was completely clocking out at times, just done. Like if I could just have a water break and then use the washroom and just like, get refocused a little bit, I would love to record George's again. Okay. If it's possible.
Yeah. How about we, does George want to be here when we record it? How about I just say like the closing remarks? And we
Sure. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
So, okay, like let me just grab the microphone then. And I have what I'm going to say on my phone.
So yeah, so we can do better with that, George. So we'll try one more time. But like anyway, but for the purposes of the seminar, then we're done. And thank you so much for submitting your piece, and we were really glad to have you back. So
my pleasure. Yeah. Great pleasure for me. Thank you. Wonderful workshop. Wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right at the end. Edward was right at the beginning, and you're right at the end. So we're just you guys are getting the short end. So we'll see if we can fix that. Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye, George. Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Yeah. Okay, so that concludes this year's workshop, and I want to thank everyone for joining in remotely. I know that the situation is not ideal, but we've made it work, and I hope that we can meet everyone in person soon and we can make music together. It's a strange time to be alive right now, and having to navigate everything to online platforms can be very challenging and difficult. So thank you all for being so patient with us through the process. Personally, I myself, I'm not the best with technology. I want to say the utmost thank you to my co-coordinators, Matthew Fava and Marie Anton. I want to thank the Grenadier String Quartet for being so involved with the project. Honestly, they are the best. Alice Ho for coming in and guest speaking. Obviously, our photographer, Matthew Jurasi. And also a big thank you to our resident composer, Saman Shahi. Saman Shahi, I'm working on the pronunciation for that. For being with us for these past 2 days, and he's just done honestly so much work for this workshop, and it's been like so nice to have you on board with us. So yeah, I just wanted to extend a big thank you and a warm thank you from me and from everyone here. And then yes, and I want to thank the Toronto Arts Council, the Canadian Music Centre, and Long McQuaid for their tremendous support. Also, fun fact: the entire quartet and the entire quartet are vegetarian and vegan. So if you saw us eating some cookies during the live stream, the cookies were given to us by Sweets from the Earth, which is an amazing vegan and gluten-free bakery here in I think like North York. Definitely, yeah, North York, yeah. And they're delicious. If you guys were here, you could have had some. So I'm sorry that you don't get to experience the deliciousness of Sweets from the Earth. Please feel free to reach out to any of us here at TSCW. If anyone would like to know anyone's contact information, please email me. If anyone would like to network with the quartet, I'm sure by now you guys all have Claire's email, but if you don't, just email me and I can get you in touch with her and she can get you in touch with the rest of the quartet. Although we couldn't see each other this year, I hope we all still had fun. I'm assuming we all still had fun. And yeah, please keep in touch, and we hope to see everyone in person soon. I would give you all a big hug, but we can't do that right now. All right, thank you everyone, and goodbye. Yeah.